with racing just getting underway. The men's 8 California AC in lane 4, Mendota in lane 5. And it's like there's lead there from California. California and New York AC battling in this first heat. First final. New York AC beat Vesper in this event last year, and in this year's semifinals yesterday, the New York AC beat Vesper by about 5 seconds, so it'll be interesting to see what happens today with that rush of adrenaline for Final Fridays. California, though, posted the faster semifinal than New York AC by 2 seconds, so that'll be quite a matchup right there in the middle in lanes 2, 3, and 4. New York AC battling to maintain the championship here in the men's intermediate 8 grand final. And right now it is New York AC out in the lead, 500 meters in. Crews from across the country represented here at East Fork State Park. Nice start to the day after rains and a few storm surges that came through while the regatta was being set up. There is now nice skies and warm temperatures on the way. Harsha Lake flood retention ponds along the Ohio River. The Army Corps of Engineers created these ponds after the 19 fill up. Approaching 1,000 meters in the men's intermediate 8 grand final. New California right behind them. And Vesper hanging on tenaciously as well. Mendota in lane 5 trying to hang with that front group. But it looks like both their boat and the TBC Men's Development Camp composite with Penn AC are trailing those fast 3 boats up there in the front. The view from the beach, the boats coming into view. New York AC still out front with California right there with them. Vesper trying to hang on. Vesper very easy to pick out of the crowd. The big V on their back. They're in lane 2. California, though, is making quite a bit of progress with New York AC right there neck and neck. Of course, in these big boats, it's those last 500 meters that matter. You're watching live streaming of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. This is the grand final, going for the gold in the men's intermediate 8 grand final. California trying to beat champion New York AC. New York AC were the gold medal winners back in 2014. Hoping to defend their title here, but getting a run from their money from both New York AC and Vesper. Mendota in this race as well, but out front in the center of the course. Vesper, California, and New York are battling. Beautiful morning, beautiful colors here at Harsha Lake. Just very nice light, a bit of a cool breeze now, but it's supposed to be steamier later this afternoon. New York AC battling California, but it's California that's trying to stave off New York AC. In the meantime, Mendota is fighting to stay in there as well, trailing the pack slightly. It's the TBC Men's Development Camp Composite and Penn AC, but now they're just 150 meters from the line. It looks like California is going to hold out. California has about a half a boat length lead, but here comes a surge from Mendota. New York AC trying to surge and catch up with California, but it's California at the line. In second, it's New York AC, and Vesper may have been edged out by Mendota right at the line. We'll have to wait and see. Penn AC in the meantime coming in fifth, and TBC Men's Development Camp Composite in sixth in the grand final for the men's intermediate 8. What a race at the end.
Yeah, okay. All right, bye.
Some of the rowers laying down in the boat. What an effort. What a championship effort there from the California boat. What a showing. Was New York AC the defending champion, Vesper in second, and it had a thing. But as I rowing club national champion, looking the beach, the verdant green from all the rain we've had in the Cincinnati area recently. Again, over 1,300 entries in this 2015 championship. Folks from all over the country, and boy, what a party it has been. Live streaming on YouTube's U.S. Rowing's YouTube channel. Thanks to Connected Dock and the Claremont County Convention and Visitors Bureau, event sponsors for the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Many boats across the beach here and on trailers with clubs from all around the area. All around the country, I should say. The second of the grand finals here on Finals Friday at the 2015 Club National Championships is the women's intermediate quads. In lane 1, coming out of the semifinals, the Charles River Scullers. In lane 2, it's New York AC. Lane 3, City Island with a very fast semifinal time. Lane 4 is Penn AC. Lane 5 is Essex. And Lane 6 is the Charles River Scullers B boat. So 2 Charles River Scullers boats in this women's intermediate quad grand final. They're in the outside lanes, lanes 1 and 6. .500 meters in. New York AC and, Penn AC and City Island in the center of the course with the faster times. Essex and New York AC trailing right there as well. This is sculling, different from the sweeping. In sculling, each of the rowers has 2 oars. In sweeping, only 1 oar per rower. Sculling very symmetrical versus the rowing stroke for the sweepers, but I said City Island and Penn AC were very comfortable in the win in their heats. Penn AC beat the New York AC boat by 10 seconds, and City Island over Essex by 16 in the semifinals yesterday. Right now, Charles River Scullers and New York AC neck and neck, but out front it's Penn AC. Those distinct blue and yellow unis. Essex is putting on a good show as they move through. Penn AC, though, appears to be in the lead at this point. The Penn AC with their uniforms, a white with a red stripe across the middle. They are battling with the Penn AC boat there for the lead, and City Island also showing very strong there in lane 3. 750 meters in this 2,000-meter course on Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park in Bethel, Ohio, right outside of Cincinnati. Beautiful Claremont County. Intermediate quad The races here at the championships on what they call 8-minute centers, meaning every 8 minutes a race is starting and coming down the course, depending, of course, on those boats getting aligned. The men's intermediate lightweight quad grand final about to start, and in this race, it's a race with 5 boats. Amadeus Rowing Academy in lane 2, Undine in lane 3, Detroit in lane 4, New York AC in lane 5, and Vesper in lane 6. The Vesper Boat Club, well known at the championships. Vesper Boat Club from Philadelphia dominated last year's, and as the returning team champions, they scored 478 total points with their 59 entries. They also racked up a lot of women's points and men's points, while taking home 14 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze medals in last year's Club National Championships. So again, Amadeus Rowing Academy in lane 2, Undine in lane 3, Detroit in lane 4, New York AC in lane 5, and Vesper in lane 6. The faster qualifiers there, Undine and Detroit in the semifinals yesterday. It was Vesper and fellow Philly team Undine Barge Club who were in last year's final, and Vesper won by just over 2 seconds. But they are one of the slower times in the semifinals for today's race.
Right now we have now it's froze, but now it's back. So,
Detroit in lane 4.
okay. Okay. It looks better than it did before.
New York AC trying to fight for a chance for a medal here in the men's intermediate lightweight quads. There was no semifinals for these boats. The 5 entries are grand final only.
He's trying to save battery.
That's fine. It's just. Okay, I'll probably switch to you as soon as you get a clear shot.
New York AC looking good in lane 5 in this race. Battling with Vesper in lane 6. New York AC with a bit of an advantage, and you can see that advantage from the drone shot here if you're watching the live streaming of the 2015 Club National Championships. New York AC in the lead by about a boat length, maybe a little bit of open water from between their stern and the bow of the New York AC boat. Meantime, third belongs to the Undine boat, and it looks like Detroit is the one in 4th, trailing the field. But New York AC with a very strong showing here in the men's intermediate lightweight quads. It looks like the fight will be for the silver here with the fight between the Undine boat and Vesper. Unless one of them can overtake the New York AC boat. But boy, it does look like Undine is beginning to make a move on the boat from New York AC and Vesper. A big surge coming up for Vesper here at the finish line, but it looks like it's New York AC with a gold in the men's intermediate lightweight quad grand final, and Undine does hold on for the silver with Vesper in the bronze and Detroit coming in 4th in the lightweight quads. Next on the schedule here at the Club National Championships, the Under-19 Quad Men's Final. Then we'll have big boats, the Women's Under-19 8 Grand Final with all top 3 finishers from 2014 returning, Cambridge, Saugatuck, and the U.S. Junior Women. Quite a race that will be in the Women's Under-19 8 Grand Final. Just a race away. Cambridge Boat Club had quite a showing at last year's 2 Club National Championships. They were 3rd in the Women's Point Trophy calculations. And they're underway in the men's Under-19 Quad Grand Final now. The lineup of these boats, Maritime in lane 1, Steel City in lane 2, very highly respected sculling team from Pittsburgh. Maritime in lane 3, the Sarasota Crew in lane 4, Y-Quad Cities in lane 5, and Saugatuck in lane 6. In the men's Under-19 Quad Grand Final, many of these clubs well known for their sculling programs. All very even here in the Quad Grand Final as they're 500 meters into the race. Beautiful shot here on the streaming from just behind the race of the men's under 19 quad grand finals. A good shot of Maritime, Sarasota, and Y-Quad Cities battling. Beautiful day at Harsha Lake. Temperatures will be steamy later on, but very pleasant and comfortable right now. Two Maritime boats versus Connecticut neighbors Saugatuck in this under 19 quad grand final. It should be quite a battle between Y-Quad Cities and Maritime A because the semifinal times are just over a second apart. However, lurking there in lane 4, Sarasota Crew, they posted the fastest semifinal time, 6:43.787. So they may have the advantage when it comes to reaching for the gold here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Halfway through the race, very even among all these boats. That bow shape, as is typical in rowing races, with the fastest boats in the middle. Rowing, one of the sports, few sports that you can, if you're in the lead, see the people that you're beating with that rearward view. The battle right here is shaping up between Y-Quad Cities and Sarasota Crew. As a matter of fact, just a slight advantage for Sarasota Crew, but Y-Quad Cities is giving them a run for their money. As a matter of fact, bow ball to bow ball right now as they're coming down the course, and it looks like now they have passed a slight advantage for Y-Quad Cities. Y-Quad Cities walking up and past the Sarasota Crew. Lurking in third was that fast time from Maritime. Maritime right there needing to make a bit of a course correction. But right now, those front three boats all within a boat length and a half of each other. Not to be left out, Saugatuck lurking in lane 6 here in the men's under 19 quad grand final. And going back, it's Steel City and Maritime B with just 500 meters to go. Who has the energy in the tank to make that surge and reach for the gold? We'll have to wait and see, but Y-Quad Cities with the lead right now. At least a 2-seat lead for Y-Quad Cities as they approach the finish line. Third still belongs to Maritime A, and fourth to Saugatuck. But Saugatuck is lurking right there and may have a chance to catch up with them. But it's Y-Quad Cities in the lead in the men's under 19 quad grand final with Sarasota Crew right there waiting to pounce. 250 meters from the finish line. Sarasota battling Y-Quad City. Saugatuck trying to catch up with them. In the meantime, Maritime A right there lurking in third. They're trying to catch up with the lead boats. Sarasota begins to pour it on. Y-Quad Cities sees that effort, and they're trying to match that effort. Picking up the pace. The spectators on the shore beginning to urge their crew on, but it's Y-Quad Cities surging ahead. Y-Quad Cities with 3 strokes, huge power strokes, pulling ahead of Sarasota at the finish line in the men's under 19 quad grand final. It's Y-Quad Cities in first, Sarasota in second. Here comes the battle for third between Maritime and Saugatuck. Maritime holds on, and Saugatuck in fourth. Then it's Steel City in 5th and Maritime B in 6th. What a race in the men's under 19 quad grand final at the Club National Championships.
Shot if you want to switch over. I don't know what you got.
A wonderful venue here at East Fork State Park and beach at Harsha Lake. On the south side of the park here in Claremont County, Ohio. Nice wide beach and a chance to see about the last 750 meters of the race up close for spectators. A beautiful rowing venue with a long and storied history. In the collegiate championships began here in the 1980s. And since then, many national championships and other regattas have taken place. This lake hosted the National Collegiate Rowing Championships between 1983 and 1996, 13 years of the Collegiate Championships. And the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships lived here from 1995 to 2010. So in addition to some collegiate races in the spring, there's also the Cincinnati Regatta and the High School Invitational, the Midwest Junior Rowing Championships, and every fall a chance for rowers to see the other end of the lake here at Harsha, with the head of the Hidden Dragon, a fierce and fire-breathing course, and a head race of 3.2 miles, 5,000 meters for you rowers. And now the big boats take to the field and the course at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. This is the women's under-19 grand final for the eights, the under-19 eights for women. Town Cruise in lane 5. Lane 6. The fastest semifinal time this year, 6:54.649, and just about 2.5 seconds slower than that was the Penn AC boat. So there, the Saugatuck boat in lane 3 and Penn AC in lane 4 should be leading the pack when they reach that halfway point, but we'll have to wait and see. Cincinnati Juniors, with a long respected history of winning many national championships as well in this race, should not be discounted by any means. What a sight to see these rowers colorfully attired and those fast, sleek boats on the lake pouring their heart into it. Quite an effort. The sport of rowing, every major muscle group is used. Great for the cardiovascular. So especially keeping older folks in the seat because it's a low-impact sport. So a great way to get a full workout and also enjoy the view of the outdoors, and what a view it is here at East Fork State Park. Women's under-19 8 grand final on the water right now. The U.S. Juniors development team with a slight lead, but a very tight race early on. Past the 500-meter mark, just coming into view from the beach. Those outside lanes, the Thompson Boat Club in lane 1 is just coming into view, as is the Cambridge A boat. And remember last year, it was Cambridge, Saugatuck, and the U.S. Junior Women who were the top finishers, the top 3 finishers, and all 3 of those boats are here today in the grand final for the women's under-19 eights. Reaching the 1250-meter mark in the 2,000-meter race, all the boats reasonably in touch with each other in this grand final. Saugatuck and Penn AC. A slight advantage over Cambridge and the Cincinnati Juniors. Big effort from the U.S. Junior Women's, though. In lane 6, they are sticking right with the leaders. And it's hard really to call between Saugatuck and the U.S. Juniors as to who might be in the lead. Saugatuck continuing to lead here in the women's under-19 8 grand final of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Slight lead over Penn AC. U.S. Junior Women's right there in second right now and beginning to surge forward with just 500 meters to go in the race. Coming into view and close up on the beach. What a battle it will be at the end. TBC Racing beginning to flag just slightly, but out in front it's Saugatuck. Battle for second going on between Penn AC and Cambridge. Second is the U.S. Junior Women's Development Team. And then it's Penn AC and Cambridge battling out for third. It looks like it's Penn AC beginning to make a bit of a move on the U.S. Junior Women. We'll have to see how it all shakes out in these last 300 meters or so of the race. Boat length, about 3/4 of a boat length lead for Saugatuck, but the U.S. Junior Women's National Training Camp, Boat A, is beginning to make a move as the red buoys appear at the bow of the boats, meaning just 250 meters or about 25 strokes from the end. Saugatuck beginning to feel the pressure. U.S. Junior Women trying to hold on in a second, if not pass the boat from Saugatuck. Saugatuck, open water lead, but here comes a surge from both Penn AC and Cambridge. But the U.S. Junior Women trying to hold on there too. What a battle it'll be, but it's Saugatuck for the gold in the women's under-19 8 grand final at the 2015 Club National Championships. At the line, a big surge from the U.S. Junior Women. They will get the silver. In the meantime, fighting for third, it's Penn AC pouring it on at the end and passing Cambridge. Cambridge in fourth. Fifth belongs to TBC Racing and the Cincinnati Juniors in sixth in the women's under-19 8 grand final. What a race and what an effort from these athletes. Wow. Always fun to see that surge at the end, knowing that the gold is in reach. As the referees poll the crews, take the times, we'd like to thank that crew of U.S. Rowing referees, the hard work in the referee corps here at the regatta, led by Chief Rich Dugard. The amount of dedication and passion that when you see a finals here in 2015, Men's Senior Single Grand Final is next on the schedule. as the qualifying went through here at the Club National Championships. It was New York AC's Michael Clougher with a fastest heat time, 7:50.601. And Clougher attended the Under-23 National Team Selection Camp and participated in the U-23 trials as well. So looking to make rowing a bit of a career, young Clougher. Here come the men in the senior single grand final for the Club National Championships. The lineup is Petronic from Steel City in lane 1, Judah from Penn AC in lane 2, Good from Vesper in lane 3, Clougher from New York AC in lane 4 with the fastest heat time, Weiss from Narragansett in lane 5, and Vasinski from Saugatuck in lane 6. And I will apologize to any of the athletes whose names I'm mispronouncing. I hope I'm not butchering them too bad. Clougher looking very strong in the New York AC boat in lane 4, but right there with him is Good from Vesper. But Good from Vesper, the one with the lead right now, the battle for second, is between Clougher from New York AC and Judah from Penn AC. Nice overhead shot to show the battle out front. It's Good from Vesper and Cluffer from New York AC, and they are neck and neck. It looks like Cluffer's beginning to pour it on, but Good has been enjoying about a half a boat length lead, and just in 3 strokes begins to catch up with Good. Third is the battle between Narragansett and Penn AC's Judah, with Petronic from Steel City in 5th and Wyszynski from Saugatuck in 6th at this point, just inside 500 meters from the finish line. Good from Vesper trying to fight off the advance from Cluffer, returns that challenge and is still maintaining that lead, but with 250 meters to go, it's anybody's race to be had. Cluffer again with a very fast heat time. Looking for a spot on the national team as he attended the U23 national team selection camp. Neck and neck, almost bow ball to bow ball. Cluffer and Good battling it in the men's senior single grand final. Cluffer from New York AC and Good from Vesper doing battle. But Good still maintaining a bit of a lead, but coming down and running out of water with the finish line looming. A fight for first, a fight for third, a fight for 5th on the course right here. Good from Vesper in lane 3 with some big strokes at the end, and it is Good in lane 3, winning the gold medal in the men's senior single grand final, with Cluffer from New York AC in 2nd. For the silver, it looks like Weiss from Narragansett will come in with the bronze, followed by Judah from Penn AC. A big surge, quick stroking from Wyszynski from Saugatuck as he comes to the finish line, trying to catch up with Petronic from Steel City for that 5th place in the national championship. Too close to call for me between Wyszynski and Petronic, but there's the men's senior single grand final, the U.S. Rowing 2015 Club National Championships. Beautiful sight right here. If you're watching the live streaming overhead from the drone of the beach here. As I said, over 1,300 boats competing in the 2015 Club National Championships here in beautiful East Fork State Park in Claremont County, Ohio. Beautiful lake and beautiful beach setting here. There is actually a sandy beach, but with the water being up from recent rains, the beach is been underwater for a couple of days, but it is now going down. But a long, beautiful course for rowing here at Harsha Lake, with a long history of rowing and some beautiful water, and this morning especially beautiful. Not necessarily glass, but certainly very smooth and making for some wonderful racing at the U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. From singles to the pairs, the women's senior pairs grand final up next. This race features two teammates rowing side by side. There's 2 entries from the Seattle area rowing competing here. Seattle area took 1st, 2nd, and 4th last year in the women's senior pairs grand final. There's also 2 U.S. women's national team development camps competing, the Badger Development Camp and Minnesota Development Camp. Minnesota Development was 5th last year. So the lanes run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from right to left on your screen if you're watching the live streaming on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. And if viewing from the beach here, the lane closest to the beach is lane 7, which may come into play a little bit later, a few races from now. 6 boats in this race are the Badger Development Camp A in lane 1, the Thompson Boat Club Racing B in lane 2, Sarasota Crew in lane 3, the Seattle Area B boat with a faster time in qualifying in lane 4, Seattle Area A's boat in lane 5, and the Development Camp Minnesota A boat in lane 6. Very easy to pick out the Seattle Area Rowing unis. Very bright and fluorescent yellows. They're yellow-greens, and so they're easy to see coming down the course. Right now, New York Ace, the TBC Racing B boat. That's looking very strong right now. As are those development camp boats. The pairs are 2 rowers and just 2 oars, 1 per rower. So a lot of control needed, a very sensitive touch, and it takes a lot of talent to be competitive in these pairs. The Sarasota Crew looking very strong in lane 3 with a lead right now. Badger Development Camp boat in second. And it's the Seattle Area A boat, no doubt stinging from the faster time from the B boat. And they are in third right now, leading the B boat, which is in fourth by about a boat length of open water. But out front with a very strong showing, the Sarasota Crew A boat in the women's senior pair grand final here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Very strong showing, nice and smooth, very smooth strokes in the Sarasota Crew boat. There are the red buoys indicating 250 meters from the finish line as the Sarasota Crew still looks strong, beginning to wander out of their lane. You are not necessarily required to stay in your lane, but you cannot interfere with someone else. However, staying in the lane and making that straight shot down the course is the fastest way between that start dock and that gold medal at the finish. And look at this performance from the Sarasota Crew. The Sarasota Crew with 2 or more open water boat lengths on the second place boats as they cruise towards the gold medal at the women's senior pair grand final at the Club National Championships. Sarasota Crew, a very strong showing. The Badger Development Camp A boat in lane 1 also, yes. The TBC Racing boat, there's the Badger Development boat, Seattle Area A boat, Seattle Area B boat. Then the Minnesota Development Camp boat coming in 5th. Gold. From the pairs to the first appearance of the fours here on Finals Friday at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Last year's champions, Vesper, team champions, are in lane 1 here in the men's intermediate lightweight 4 grand final. New York AC is in lane 2. Detroit in lane 3. The New York AC A boat in lane 4. Mendota in lane 5, and Minnesota Development Camp in lane 6. It looks like Mendota with the lead here in this grand final for the men's intermediate lightweight 4s. Vesper giving him a run too. And the Badger Development Camp boat looking strong as well. Again, the Detroit boat looking strong as well. The blue and red of Detroit looking strong in lane 3 here in this grand final for the men's intermediate lightweight 4s. The V for Vesper in lane 1 looking pretty good as well. New York AC trying to stay in the mix as well, but right there in lane 3, Detroit looking very strong and leading this grand final for the men's intermediate lightweight 4s. Just about a boat length lead. About a boat length lead over Mendota for the Detroit boat. Third is Vesper. Fourth is New York AC. Fifth is, let me see how these all line up right here. It is the Detroit boat leading, second belonging to Mendota, third to Vesper, and fourth to New York AC. They come into view of the beach and the spectators begin to cheer on their crews, as it looks like Detroit's just cruising to the finish here. Fighting hard there, picking up the pace. They're coxswain calling for them to pick up their stroke rate, and they do. Nice showing. Boy, look at that boat from Detroit. Looking strong. Looking to be the champions of the men's intermediate lightweight 4s here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. They cross the line for gold. Strong surge from Mendota, but they will have to settle for silver, with bronze coming to the, it appears, the New York AC boat. The New York AC B boat, the New York AC A boat. In fourth, and a very tight finish there between the New York AC boat and the boat from Minnesota Development Camp in the men's intermediate lightweight 4 grand finals. More than 1,300 entries, 1,300 boats of connected dock. There's facility and installation and removal in their modular dock systems. Thank you very much for Connected Dock and their work here. And thanks to the Claremont County Convention and Visitors Bureau, a destination marketing organization, beautiful parks, natural resources, history, and overnight lodging here in Claremont County, Ohio. From sweeping back to sculling for the women's intermediate lightweight doubles. Next on the schedule, SoCal Scullers Composite in Lane 1, Penn AC's A-Boat in Lane 2, Badger Development Camp A in Lane 3, Cambridge A in Lane 4, Charles River Scullers in Lane 5, and Greater Dayton, another local rowing club in Lane 6. U.S. Rowing, by the way, registers hundreds of regattas across the country each year, ensuring they're run under very specific safety guidelines. The association also provides programs that educate referees and coaches and stages national championship regattas like this annually, including the Club National Championships, the Rowing National Championships, Masters National Championships, and Youth National Championships. Also, the U.S. Rowing Masters National Head Race. There are also dozens of regional championships and national team selection events that happen throughout the year, thanks to U.S. Rowing. So whether competing or just rowing for fitness, U.S. Rowing, your destination to learn and appreciate this beautiful sport. Well, we've had returning champions and returning medalists from various events from last year's Club National Championships. This next race, the lightweight doubles, do not have any returning champions. No grand finalists from 2014 making the final this year. In these lightweight pairs for the women, it was Cambridge who easily posted the fastest time of 8:12.266. So they'll be the ones to watch out for there in that fast lane. That's lane 4. Cambridge in lane 4 with the fastest time in qualifying, and they are the ones leading the race right now here in the grand final for the women's intermediate lightweight pair doubles at the Club National Championships. 750 meters to go in this grand final, and they're enjoying a comfortable lead. Beautiful representation of the geography of all the clubs here with Southern California, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Massachusetts, and Ohio all represented in this race by these rowing clubs. Actually, 2 from Massachusetts, if you may. Comfortable lead for Cambridge here in the grand final. Hard to call for second at this point, but it will be interesting to see if someone can catch up with Cambridge. Next race is the men's under 19 grand final for fours, with 2 Penn AC boats and 2 Cincinnati Junior boats competing. So quite a race that will be in just a moment. But right now it's the women's intermediate lightweight doubles and their grand final. Inside 500 meters to go. The Greater Dayton boat trailing the field. Cambridge out in front. No returning champions here, so these will be first-time gold medal winners in the women's intermediate lightweight doubles. Cambridge with about a boat length lead over Penn AC. Third right now belongs to SoCal Scullers. Fourth to the Badger Development Camp boat in lane 3. Cambridge with a strong showing in qualifying, a strong showing here too, but Penn AC trying to make that move as they head towards the finish line. Penn AC beginning to pick up the pace, but it looks like the Cambridge boat noticed that and they're picking up the pace too, heading to the gold. A glance from the Penn AC boat over to the Cambridge boat. How much do they need to pour it on? Can they catch up as they head towards that finish line? Cambridge trying to stave off that attempt, and it looks like they will take the gold in the women's intermediate lightweight doubles here at the 2015 Club National Championship. Second and silver to Penn AC, and third belonging to the Badger Development Camp A boat. Here's Charles River Scullers trying to catch up. And Greater Dayton's women's intermediate lightweight double crossing the finish line here at the Club National Championships. Coming into view, the next race on the schedule here on final Friday of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. This is the men's under-19 4 grand final. 2 Penn AC and 2 Cincinnati Junior boats are in this race. And it might be a very, very tight race because Cincinnati Junior, Penn AC, and TBC's A entries all were within 4 seconds of each other in the semifinals. The lineup from lane 1 through 6. Cincinnati Junior B in lane 1, Saugatuck in lane 2, Penn AC A in lane 3, TBC Racing A in lane 4, Cincinnati Junior A in lane 5. And that 3, 4, 5, those lanes, they'll be the ones to watch. But don't discount the outer lanes either. Penn AC B is in lane 6. So that's Cincinnati Junior B in 1, Saugatuck 2, Penn AC 3, TBC Racing A in 4, Cincinnati Junior A in 5, and Penn AC B in 6. You're watching live streaming of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships from Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park in Claremont County, Ohio. Live on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. The Cincinnati Junior A boat looking strong in lane 5. With a bit of a lead, approaching the 500 meters to go mark. Penn AC's A boat looking strong too. Penn AC, Cincinnati Juniors A battling. In between them, the Thompson Boat Club racing boat in lane 4. Trying to hold on to third while Saugatuck is giving him a thrill. Cincinnati Junior B in the mix as well. And only the Penn AC B boat seems to be lagging slightly. Can it be a win for the hometown crew or one of the hometown crews as the Cincinnati Junior A boat in this men's under-19 4 grand final continues to lead the pack? Penn AC trying not to let them get away, and the Cincinnati Junior B boat also fighting to stay in it. 2 Penn AC boats, 2 Cincinnati Junior boats in this mix, but look at the Cincinnati Juniors in lane 5. Going for the gold at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. They've won many national championships on this lake, and they're looking to add to that list. Cincinnati Junior A in first, Penn AC A in second, TBC Racing in third. The other Cincinnati Junior boat in fourth right now, but the Cincinnati Juniors A boat stroking across the finish line and winning the national championship here at the Club Nationals in the men's under-19 4 grand final, and they are celebrating. In second for the silver, it was Saugatuck for silver and Penn AC for bronze. No, excuse me, I'll take that back. TBC Racing for silver and Penn AC A for bronze. Saugatuck in the mix. And crossing in sixth, the Penn AC B boat. All their heart the price. An issue with one of the rowers at the finish. A lot of effort goes into bringing a big national championship regatta like this together. Thanks to our friends at the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, the folks who keep East Fork State Park such a beautiful place to visit. And thanks also to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They are the people who keep the water flowing here at Harsha Lake. There's not a current, a former river that's been dammed up, but they are the ones who keep the levels going and actually keep the flooding from happening on the Ohio River. So thanks to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for their help and cooperation. There's a boat ramp right about the 500-meter mark on this course, and they make it possible for us to close that boat ramp so it doesn't interfere with the racing. So thanks to the U.S. Army Corps. Next race is the men's senior 4 grand final with quite a lineup, including 3, not 2, but 3 boats from Mendota in the race. The women's under-19 double grand final on the water right now, crossing through the 500-meter mark in this race. Charles River Scullers in lane 1. Penn AC in lane 2. Cooper TC in lane 3. Charles River Scullers B in lane 4 with that fast qualifying time. Maritime in lane 5 and Essex in lane 6 in the women's under-19 double grand final. Coming up, the men's senior 4 and women's senior double grand finals as well. Only 2 boats in that women's senior double grand final. Here in the women's under-19 double grand final, 2 Charles River Scullers boats reached the final, as you may have noticed, but it was the Maritime A and Charles River B that posted the fastest and nearly identical times in the semifinals. We're talking down in the decimal points. So it'll be interesting to see if they still have that energy and speed today. Of course, that thrill of rowing in a grand final at a national championship will certainly put a little buzz in your bonnet. Maritime A looking good. Charles River Scullers B boat fighting for the lead, but all these boats very close together with about 500 meters to go. Maritime looking very relaxed and smooth, checking out the competition, continuing to lead by about 10 feet of open water. Maritime very strong. Charles River Scullers B in second right now, with Cooper TC in third. Fourth is Penn ACA and the Charles River Scullers A in lane 1 in fifth, with Essex in sixth. Maritime looking very confident. A bow rower checking out the competition, glancing to her right to see if there's any moves being made, and there is a move being made in lane 2. In lane 3, Cooper TC beginning to pour on and giving a challenge to that boat from the Charles River Scullers. In the meantime, Maritime begins to pull away as well. It is Cooper TC pulling past the boat from Penn AC and from the Charles River Scullers. The Charles River Scullers A boat in lane 1. Look at these boats, all within a boat length and a half of each other. Can Maritime hold them off at the finish line? Maritime trying to hold them off. In the meantime, Cooper TC has taken over second place, and Charles River Scullers B trying to hold on, and they're beginning to reassert themselves, and they are in second, trying to pass that boat from Cooper TC. What a finish this will be as the Charles River Scullers B boat begins to stretch it out more, but at the finish it's gold for Maritime A in the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships Women's Under-19 Double Grand Final. Charles River Scullers with the silver, Cooper TC with the bronze, Penn AC in fourth, the Cooper Charles Rivers Scullers in fifth. And the race is on with the men's senior 4 grand final here at the Club National Championships. 3 Mendota Development Camp entries. That's the lineup here. Mendota C in lane 1 for the men's senior 4 grand final. B, Mendota in 2. And then AC in lane your race. Marshall Lake. California posted the fastest time in the heats, 55.79, and beat Mendota B. But New York AC beat Mendota A by almost 5 seconds with a time of 6:59.9. So it'll be interesting to see how these crews are shaping up today. A very strong showing right now from all appearances from that California A boat. All those development camp boats, white unis with a big red slash across the back. It looks like the Mendota A boat's doing the best, but it's California in the lead. California in the lead with Mendota A right behind. Then a hard to call between Mendota B, C, and the New York AC boat, also with red and white unis on. But California looking very strong at the front of this pack. In the meantime, Merrimack slightly behind the field. Making it look easy. California, the men's Senior 4 Grand Final at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Stroking towards the finish line, and then it looks like Mendota A is the one that is giving them a run for their money for the silver. But coming up fast on the outside lane 6, it's Merrimack. Merrimack may have captured bronze. It's gold for California. Mendota with the silver. Mendota A, Merrimack with the bronze in lane 6. Then here comes New York AC in 4th. The Mendota B boat in 5th. And Mendota C in 6th in the men's Senior 4 Grand Final. All these, as I say it, must emphasize, these are all, in my speaking at least, unofficial results. Of course, it's the U.S. rowing referees who make sure everything and all the results are fair and final. So you can believe most of what I say, but not necessarily all of what I say. You're watching live streaming of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships from Harsha Lake in Claremont County, Ohio at East Fork State Park on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. Back to the sculling and the women's senior doubles grand final. That's the race on the course right now. Just 2 boats in this event in the women's senior double. It's in lane 4, New York AC, and in lane 5, Potomac. New York AC took 4th in last year's final, and I'm sure will settle for nothing but first in this final. But it's southeast Sarasota 70 entries, the most heavily represented club. Then community rowing and maritime rowing sending a lot of entries as well, thanks to all those visitors. And welcome to beautiful Clear County and Harsha Lake in the East Fork State Park here in Ohio. Women's senior double. Women's senior double grand final here. New York AC leading Potomac. About 350 meters to go. I talked about the clubs that are well represented here. You may be asking yourself, well, which event has the most entries? Well, it was the women's under 19-4 with Cox. That was the most entered event of the program. 49 crews entered in the women's under 19-4 with Coxon. So that was the race that had the most interest and the most participants. New York AC working hard and still putting in the effort to win here at the Club National Championships in the Women's Senior Double Grand Final. A final-only event, the first time these rowers have rowed during the regatta, and the last time, too, as they went straight to finals. Not resting on their laurels. Nice and smooth, well coordinated. The boat from New York AC stroking to the finish in that gold medal in the women's senior doubles. The 2015 Club National Championships. And here comes the boat from Potomac in the women's senior double grand final here at the Club Nationals.
Brian's pretty solid. It's a solid picture right now. It's all good. Okay. Okay, thank you. Did you get your tripod?
Back to the starting dock for the men's intermediate double grand final here at the Club National Championships. Lineup. It's Penn AC in lane 1, Saratoga in lane 2, Steel City A in lane 3, Rhode Island Men Composite in lane 4, Potomac in lane 5, and Amadeus Rowing Academy in lane 6. The referees pulling the crews, and they're off and underway in the men's intermediate double grand final. Here in the men's intermediate double grand final, the Steel City that posted the fastest semifinal time. That well-respected program from Pittsburgh with 709.770. Rhode Island Composite was the second fastest, 713.13. They're clear of the start area, so it is officially a race, and they pass the 500-meter mark. It is a battle in the center of the course between the Rhode Island Composite boat and the Steel City boat. But Potomac and Amadeus Rowing also still in the mix, as is Saratoga and Penn AC, but a slight advantage for the lead in lane 3 for Steel City. Fast start for Saratoga. They're in second right now. Third, hard to call between Penn AC and Potomac. But it's very early in the race. Thanks again to our regatta sponsors, the event sponsors Connect-A-Dock, well known to rowers for their wonderful modular docking systems, sitting low in the water, making it easy to load and unload from your scull and sweet boat. Also, thanks to the Claremont County Convention and Visitors Bureau for their hosting and their sponsorship. A lot of area attractions and parks, and a lot of fun here in Claremont County, Ohio. Men's intermediate double grand final. Again, Steel City and Rhode Island Composite battling it out at the front with Potomac and Saratoga right behind. Amadeus and Penn AC not out of the mix yet, but trailing just slightly as they pass through 1,000 meters halfway through this race. Steel City looking strong, but Saratoga giving him a run as well as Rhode Island. Steel City with swift and sure strokes continuing to lead. They're getting a challenge from Saratoga in the lane right next to him. As a matter of fact, Saratoga's stroke looking to the left and checking out where Steel City is. Oh, it appears that the Penn AC boat just caught a bit of a crab right there at the 500-meter mark, slowed them down. They were sticking pretty close, but a little bit of a bobble there, and it doesn't take long to throw your pace off. But look at the race that's shaping up here with Potomac in lane 5 looking good. The Rhode Island composite boat that looked so strong at the start has begun to fall off. Steel City had that fast start. Now they're beginning to flag slightly, and they have now dropped back to third as Saratoga begins to pour it on. But it is the Potomac boat in lane 5 that is really making a show of it. They have just even increased their stroke rate more and have pulled almost 3/4 of a boat length ahead of the boat from Saratoga that has made a move on Steel City. Steel City has fell back to third as they are inside of 200 meters to go to the finish line here in the grand final for the men's intermediate double. The Potomac boat looking very strong in lane 5 in first place right now. Saratoga having taken second, taken that place from the Steel City boat, trying to catch up, but boy, Potomac is really pouring it on. So is Saratoga as they come to the line. It's the grand final for the men's intermediate double, and it is Potomac with the gold medal. Second place to Saratoga, Steel City in third. In lane 4, it looks like the Rhode Island composite that looked so strong at the start will be in fourth place. Fifth to Amadeus Rowing Academy and Penn AC with a little bobble there about the 500-meter mark. A little bit of a crab caught, slowed them down just enough, and they will take sixth in the national championship. What a race there in the men's intermediate double grand final. And another race on the course just underway, the women's intermediate 4 grand final here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Minnesota Development Camp A in lane 1, New York AC in lane 2, Southeast Junior A 3, 4. It's Vesper B in 4, and Vesson both. Easy to pick up. Vesper rowers with the big V's on their back. Championship here on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. Quite interesting, these two Vesper boats that qualified for this grand final both won their semis with almost identical times. And both boats ironically, also 5 seconds faster than the next fastest crew in the semis. So this may be one spread out set of boats when it comes to the finish of this grand final. But any given day, something can change. So we'll have to see how it all works out. At the front with New Year Vesper going right across there. It looks like the Vesper B boat may have had an issue at the beginning because they are beginning to fall slightly behind. The Minnesota Development Camp boat still sticking with the pack, but the TBC Racing looking good as well. The Southeast Juniors are a little bit ahead of the pack, but not by much. You're watching live streaming on YouTube. You may have seen our drone flown by Andreas just go by in the top of the frame. Plenty of wildlife to enjoy here at East Fork State Park as well. And seagulls around. We're watching the swallows fly across the beach at low levels. Quite interesting to see. Lots of deer here too, especially in the dusky hours. The deer gather here on the beach to enjoy themselves just as much as the rowers do at the regatta. And I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, sponsor of U.S. Rowing Video Broadcasting on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. Southeast Juniors looking strong in lane 3, leading the race here in the women's intermediate fours. Looking very strong in lane 5, though. Almost identical times in their semifinals, but it's Vesper A that's ahead by a boat length and some open water over the Vesper B boat here in the grand final for the women's intermediate fours. Meanwhile, coming up strong, it's the New York AC boat in lane 2 in third right now. Fourth belongs to the Southeast Juniors, fifth to the Minnesota Development Camp, and sixth to TPC Racing. But it's Vesper A in the lead, reaching and stroking for the gold here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. They're in the lead inside of 250 meters from the finish line. Vesper, two-time champions in the trophy points, the team trophy points, looking for a third here in 2015. This finish may help immensely with Vesper boats in first and second. The Vesper A pulling strong. They're in lane number 5, looking to reach that finish line and the gold. In the women's intermediate fours, they're Vesper B buddies right next to them looking for the silver. And in the meantime, the New York AC boat trying to get that silver away from Vesper B, but it looks like Vesper A for the gold, Vesper B for the silver. And that boat from New York AC for the bronze with the Southeast Juniors reaching in 4th. Minnesota Development Camp in 5th, and the Thompson Boat Club Racing in 6th in the Women's Intermediate 4 Grand Final. Little view of our drone, if you're watching the live streaming, as it lands in between races here at the finish line, the Club National Championships. Remember that you'll be able to see these races again in the future here on the beautiful race there. For Grand Final, on to the men's senior lightweight double Grand Final. Again, multiple entries from some clubs. In this race, 2 Undine Barge Club entries against fellow Philly Crew Vesper. Now, 2 Undine entries made the final last year, and the A boat took the gold. There are also 2 SoCal Sculler entries in this race, so 4 of the 6 boats represented by just 2 teams. And by the way, Undine and SoCal are longtime rivals, I guess you could say, because it was Undine who won the gold last year by less than a second over the SoCal Scullers. Strong showing right now from the Vesper B boat. Vesper A also, the lineup here in the men's senior lightweight doubles are in lane 2, SoCal Scullers B, lane 3, New York AC, lane 4, SoCal Scullers A, and they are the ones in the lead right now. Vesper A in lane 5, Undine A in lane 6, and Undine B in lane 7. So the 2 Undine boats closest to the shore when they come by the beach. And the 2 SoCal Scullers entries in the men's senior lightweight double Grand Final in lanes 2 and 4. Vesper A out ahead, though, of those entries in this Grand Final. Looking very strong with 500 meters to go. Vesper dominating this grand final in the men's senior lightweight double at the 2015 Club National Championships. Boat length of open water lead. And looking strong, trying to fight off the advances of the Undine barge entries in lanes 5 and 6, or 6 and 7, right beside them. Vesper picking up the pace inside the red buoys, heading towards the finish line. They are looking strong, and in the Undine boats, it looks like a slight advantage for the Undine B boat in lane 7, but that may change in these meters left between there and the finish line. And also the SoCal Scullers looking to fight to get a medal here in the grand final for the men's senior lightweight doubles, but the fight for silver. Shaping up right now, it's Undine B in lane 7 in second place to stroke harder, catch him and pass in silver, and the New York AC boat in 5th, and SoCal Scullers B taking 6th in this grand final for the men's senior lightweight double.
I'm donating my time.
Now underway is the women's senior lightweight 4 grand final. This was another of the races that was a final only. 3 boats in the race. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 is where they're rowing. The HCR Composite in lane 3. Vesper with those big V's for victory on their back in lane 4. And the Badger Development Camp A boat in lane 5. Vesper comfortably won this event last year, won the gold by a margin of some 8 seconds back in 2014. Let's see what they can do this time around against their competitors from HCR and the Badger Development Camp. Right now it is Vesper handily in the lead by at least 2 boat lengths of open water, so that 8 seconds may be surpassed by the end of the race, seeing as they're just 750 meters in. And Sunday too on US Rowing's YouTube channel. Both streams begin at 8 a.m. and live streaming is made possible by the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, U.S. Rowing's official video broadcast sponsor. Again, download, follow U.S. Rowing website. The 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships is the college fair, the 12th annual college fair for rising high school seniors and collegiate coaches, happening on Sunday. Over 50 colleges in attendance this year. Event open to rising high school seniors carrying their rowing into their education and college. Vesper ahead right now in the women's senior lightweight 4 grand final, with the development camp boat with a slight advantage in second place over the HCR composite boat in lane 3. A big regatta here, but the United States Rowing Association, U.S. Rowing, is a nonprofit membership organization with quite some size, too. More than 75,000 individuals and 1,200 member organizations strong. U.S. Rowing serves and promotes the sport on all levels of competition and really reflects in the membership that spectrum of American rowers, the competitive young athletes like we're watching today, the juniors, the collegians, the masters, or the old people, if you may, who also row in competition and for recreation or fitness. But here at the women's senior lightweight 4 grand final, Vesper well in the lead inside of 500 meters, leading over the Badger Development Camp A boat in lane 5. Meanwhile, a boat length back from that, it's the HCR composite boat in lane 3. But Vesper looking very strong, as I mentioned last year, winning by 8 seconds. And it looks like the Badger Development Camp boat might be cutting into that margin on this race. Vesper watching the competitors on either side of them, behind them. And as a matter of fact, increasing their lead over that Badger Development Camp boat. Just when the Badger Development Camp boat looked like they were catching up with them, the Vesper boat began to pull away again, and not resting on their laurels. They are digging in for the sprint to the finish. 250 meters from the end, and they are digging their oars deep in the water and pulling hard. It's Vesper A looking for gold in the women's senior lightweight 4s. And the coxswain in the Vesper boat certainly is not letting her rowers rest, urging them on. The coaxing coxswain in the grand final for the women's senior lightweight 4 at the Club National Championships. Vesper again going to win. The Badger Development Camp boat will come in second, and the HCR composite boat in third in the women's senior lightweight 4 grand finals here at the Club Nationals at Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park in Claremont County, Ohio. Here's the men's under 17 double grand final on the water and through 500 meters. Miami Rowing and Water Sports Center, Amadeus Rowing and Maritime out in the lead right now. Just past the 500-meter mark and beginning to spread out here at the in this double grand final. It was Saratoga that won gold back in 2014. They're in this race again. The lineup in the men's under 17 double grand final. Cooper TC in lane 1, Saratoga in lane 2, Amadeus Rowing Academy in lane 3, Miami Rowing and Water Sports Center in lane 4, Maritime in lane 5, and the Sarasota crew in lane 6. Now, it was Maritime the fastest time in the semis, 7:16.136. Amadeus Rowing Academy was 7:23, and Miami Rowing and Water Sport at 7:23.9. Amadeus was 7:23.3 and Miami 7:23.9 in the semis. So it looks like Maritime has a slight advantage, but you never can tell where that energy is from one day to the next. I know they're hoping they have some golden energy today at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. The 2015 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. The U.S. Rowing U here at Harsha Lake, Claremont County, Ohio. These Club Nationals, some exciting racing's been going on through time trials, heats, and semis. And now it's Finals Friday, the first of 2 finals days during the Club Nationals. The next will be on Sunday morning. Those 2 streamed live beginning at 8 a.m. The men's under 17 double grand final on the course and approaching the finish line with Miami Water and Sports Center looking strong. But out front, it's Maritime in those distinctive blue unis with the white stripes. Lane 5, Maritime Ace, stroking strong. Really leaving most of the rest of the field behind. It's a very spread out field in the men's under 17 double grand final, but Maritime looking very nice. And their fans are letting them know too. Between Saratoga and Amadeus Rowing. The Miami Rowing and Water Sport trying to stake in it, but right now it is the Maritime boat in lane 5 looking for the gold at the Club Nationals. Looking strong with a couple of boat lengths of open water between their stern and the bow of the second place boat. Crossing the finish line, gold for Maritime in the men's under 17 double grand final. Here comes the fight for silver at the line. This may be a photo finish. What a race between Saratoga and Amadeus Rowing. In the meantime, Miami crossing in 4th. Sarasota close there as well, and Cooper TC in 6th in the men's under 17 double grand final. A Maritime crew saluting their competitors. A good race for all. Fierce competitors on the water. Nice view for those of you watching the live streaming of the start dock here at Harsha Lake. Site of many, many rowing competitions. Beautiful water. Nice course. The start dock settled down into a cove at the far end of the lake, far western end. Referee with the starting flag in the air. He drops it, and they're off in the women's under 17 4 grand final. This may be one close race because Thompson Boat Club C, Cincinnati Junior, and Saugatuck Boats all posted times within a second of each other in their respective semifinals. So this may be one close race when it comes down to the line here at the finish. The lineup for the women's under 17 4 grand final. Resilient Rowing Club in lane 1. Stewards Foundation in lane 2. Cincinnati Junior A in lane 3. Saugatuck in lane 4. TBC Racing C in lane 5. And the U.S. Junior Women's National Team in lane 6. You'll see the distinctive red oars of the U.S. Junior Women's National Team High Performance Team in that lane 6, one of the many programs U.S. Rowing has developing these world competition level rowers. Good clean start. Approaching 500 meters into the race here in the grand final. That U.S. Junior Women boat is right out front. Right there with them, though, Cincinnati Junior, Saugatuck, TB's boat length of the. Crowd begins this little band here at Harsha Lake that doesn't allow you to see the very start, but you can see usually. Halfway through the race, and it's still tight here in the women's under 17 4 grand final. All 6 boats still closely matched, even halfway through the race, usually about the point where it begins to spread out. We'll be able to get an update of the progress here in a moment, thanks to the drone. But Resilient RC, Stewards Foundation, Cincinnati Junior, Saugatuck, TBC Racing, U.S. Junior Women's High Performance Team, All very, very close in this grand final. Who has the strategy? Who can do that? And they begin to spread out, and it is that U.S. Junior Women's High Performance team with a slight advantage of a lead right now over TBC Racing. Meanwhile, in third, in the middle of the pack, it's the Cincinnati Junior boat. Fourth belongs to this TBC Racing boat in lane 4. Fifth right now, I would call for Resilient, and sixth to the Stewards Foundation. But out front, it looks like the Cincinnati Junior boat beginning to walk up on the boat from TBC Racing. TBC Racing trying to catch up with the U.S. Junior Women's High Performance team. It will be tight at the finish line, and some of these other boats might be catching up too. It's only looks like a little bit of a flag from the Stewards Foundation boat. They're beginning to drop slightly behind, but out front, U.S. Junior Women's High Performance team Camp A. TBC Racing giving them a run for the money, and the Cincinnati Juniors sticking right with them. Who has a punch to punch back for the U.S. Junior Women's High Performance team? They've been leading the race since a little less than halfway through. TBC is probably trying to do their best and dig in deeper, find that reserve of energy. Cincinnati Juniors not letting them alone, still doggedly hanging on as they reach towards the finish line. Can TBC catch up with them? They only have 4 or 5 strokes left. Here they are coming to the finish line. The U.S. Junior Women's High Performance team trying to stay ahead. They have a half a boat length lead, and boy, it was tight there at the end over TBC. Cincinnati Juniors with bronze in the grand final for the women's under-17 fours. Now crossing the line, here comes Saugatuck, closely followed by the Stewards Foundation, by Resilient, and then Stewards Foundation. Next race up here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships, the men's intermediate pair grand final. In lane 1, Mendota C. In lane 2, the Upper Arlington Composite Boat. Lane 3, New York AC. Lane 4, Saugatuck. Lane 5, Mendota A. And lane 6, Mendota E. Mendota with multiple entries in this. 3 Mendota Development Camp entries. However, Mendota A, the fastest qualifier in this race, was not at the start. Saugatuck had the second fastest time. They're in lane 4 in the race. These pairs, very difficult boats. Not so much to row fast, but to row fast and straight. And often you see many course corrections happening in the races for pairs and rowing. These young athletes, though, have it well in hand. Mendota C, New York AC, Saugatuck all out front. Mendota E sticking with them. Upper Arlington in lane 2, slightly trailing the field by maybe about a boat length. As you watch live streaming coverage of the 2015 Club National Championships. Thanks to the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, sponsor of U.S. Rowing Video Broadcasting. With the second fastest semifinal time, they're the defending champion. Chips, gold medals being won, brave battles being fought. Saugatuck and New York AC continuing to battle at the front, followed by Mendota C and Mendota E. A composite boat from Upper Arlington trying to stay in that mix. .750 meters from the finish line. A battle shaping up here. Saugatuck and Mendota C battling. New York AC hanging right in there. Upper Arlington right behind them. The Mendota E boat almost forgotten about. Also trying to hang with the group, but out in front it is Saugatuck, but Mendota C is pouring it on. Mendota C catching up with Saugatuck as they head to the finish line in the championship, the men's intermediate pair grand final. Saugatuck's junior men's pair competing at the Junior Worlds in Rio and trying to put on a good show here at the Club National Championships. The 2015 Club National Championship. Oh, Mendota catching a crab right at the finish line, but luckily it was right at the gold. Saugatuck getting silver. New York AC, the bronze. Here comes Upper Arlington in fourth place, and the Mendota E boat in fifth in the men's intermediate pair grand final. A championship crowned here in the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. And the racing continues as the men's intermediate pair grand final has just left the starting blocks. Oh, excuse me. As the women's intermediate single grand final just left the starting blocks. Lineup here in the women's intermediate singles. Resilient Haynes in lane 1. Vespers Click in lane 2. Penn AC's Jorgensen in lane 3. Y Quad City's Bastian in lane 4. BIAC's Chow in lane 5. And Potomac's Weeks in lane 6. Island Aquatic Center, that's based in Redwood City, California. The fastest semifinal time, she had 8:20.302. Ms. Haynes of Resilient was behind Chow with a time of 8:25.818 and had the second fastest semifinal time. She's in lane 1 in this grand final. The singles go by the 500-meter mark.
It's windy.
Looks like an advantage right now is certainly for Chow, who has quite a lead over the rest of the boats in this race. Haynes from Resilient in lane 1 giving chase, as is Jorgensen in lane 3 from Penn AC. But Chow trying to establish a large early lead in this grand final for the women's intermediate singles. Chow continues to dominate this grand final. Just past the halfway point. Haynes in lane 1 still giving chase. Small boats in the next couple of races. This is the intermediate single for women. The senior lightweight singles coming up in a couple of races. It's the men's senior lightweight pair next. And then the big boats are back with the men's under 17 8 grand final. And what a race that will be coming up with 2 boats from the Thompson Boat Club racing in that grand final. Chow continuing to dominate the women's intermediate single grand final here. Nice shot from the drone to see. She probably has 4 boat lengths, some 30 meters easily of lead. It's the fastest semifinal time, 8:20. The second fastest was 8:25, and that was from Miss Haynes from Resilience, and she is fighting for second right now with that boat from the Y-Quad Cities in lane 4, Bastion. But Chow from the Bear Island Aquatic Center in Redwood City, California, looking to take home the gold here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships and doing a fine job maintaining her composure, seeing the color of the boys change from white to red, knowing that she's in that finish sprint for this championship. Second shaping up to be a fight between the Y-Quad Cities boat of Bastion and Haynes from Resilient. But also in the mix is Jorgensen from Penn AC there in lane 3. Weeks from Potomac right now in 5th, and Click from Vesper in 6th by my guesstimation. Beginning to sprint towards the finish line in the gold medal. Chow from BIAC. Just a few strokes from that golden glory. In the meantime, Haynes and Bastion beginning to battle it out for that silver. But it's Chow in first. And a big pull from Bastion from Y-Quad Cities, and it looks like she might be capturing the silver. We'll have to see. Haynes from Resilient right there, too. Then it was Jorgensen from Penn AC in 4th, and Potomac in 5th with Click from Vesper in 6th. The women's intermediate single grand final.
Here now? Okay. We're just being overly concerned.
The men's senior ladder and underway through and it's the lane 3 boat from Indianapolis leading the pack by about a boat length. Lineup for this men's senior lightweight pair: CRI, the community rowing, in lane 1, Mendota A in lane 2, the Indianapolis A in lane 3, Vesper A in lane 4, New York AC in lane 5, the Lincoln Park Boat Club in lane 6. The Indianapolis boat was the one with the fastest semifinal time, followed by the Vesper boat. They were very close together within just about a second and a half of each other in the semifinals. So that might be where the race is. But Indianapolis ahead of the pack right now. But all those different strategies come today, so we'll see. By the way, the New York AC boat finished behind Indianapolis in his semifinal with a time of 7:58. But it was New York AC who was the silver medalist in last year's final here in the men's senior lightweight pair. Indianapolis seeing a challenge from the boat from Vesper. Mendota trying to stick with him, as is CRI. Vesper and Indianapolis continuing to battle. Now within 500 meters of the finish. And Vesper has begun to pull ahead. Indianapolis with a very fast start in the first 500. Now may be paying the price for that, but we'll see if they kept something back to give a little back. Vesper, though, leading the pack as Indianapolis did in the first portion of the race. Vesper with a boat-length lead over Indianapolis. Third belongs to Lincoln Park in lane 6. They're just ahead of the boat from Mendota in lane 2, and Mendota being dogged by the CRI boat. Meantime, it's New York AC, but may have had a problem. I didn't see anything happen, but they are now trailing the pack by a couple of boat lengths. Vesper, though, asserting themselves and in the lead, trying to open up that lead. Good shot of 1, 2, 3 right there. But Lincoln Park is the one fighting for third in lane 6, and hard to get all in the camera shot. Vesper, though, not resting on their laurels, continuing to dig and drive. Indianapolis, a firm hold on second. The battle might be for third, and that battle would be between Mendota and Lincoln Park. But anything can happen. One little catch of the blade, and you never know. But there it goes with Vesper winning the grand final for the men's senior lightweight pair. Indianapolis in second. Third belongs to Mendota A. Fourth to CRI. Fifth to New York A to Lincoln Park. And sixth to the New York AC boat in lane 5. U.S. Rowing and the local organizing committee would like to thank the event sponsors for the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Thanks to the Claremont County Convention and Visitors Bureau, sharing the awareness of travel and tourism opportunities here in Claremont County, Ohio, with all the area attractions and parks and natural resources. Great economic growth to the community with both events like this and many other things that happen. See it all when you visit the Claremont County Convention and Visitors Bureau website. Thanks also to Connect-A-Dock and their state-of-the-art docking system, their modular docks. Thank you very much for your sponsorship of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Passing the breakage area at the start, it's the women's senior lightweight single grand final. This was a final-only event with 7 entries, so every lane here on Harsha Lake filled up with a competitor on this race. There are 3 Vesper entries, and this has been a Vesper-controlled event, with Vesper having 4 entries, sweeping the top 4 finishing spots last year. So gathering all the golds and certainly helping out in those team points and that team point trophy. So where are those Vesper boats? Well, lanes 1, 2, and 7. So in order here, lanes in the women's senior lightweight single grand final. Pavonka in lane 1 from Vesper, Vesper C. Hughes and Vesper A in lane 2. The Lincoln Park Boat Club in lane 3, stroked by Taylor. Hine from San Diego Rowing in lane 4. Odin from SoCal Scullers in lane 5. Brown from V-Skulls in lane 6. And the Vesper B-Boat Oiler in lane 7. It's a lead for Taylor from Lincoln Park in lane 3, early on in the race through 500 meters. Being doggedly pursued right there by the Vesper A boat from Hughes. With all the energy expended in a competitive rowing race, there's a lot of strategy about when to go fast and hard, when to kind of rest and recover, and when to sprint again. It's fast, slow, fast, much like a classical music symphony. Many people have different strategies, but you try to find a way to win. Comparisons, how much energy if you're a non-rower? If you want to know how much energy you expend, the scientists say you expend basketball games competitively. Not to discount basketball players, but rowers going to beat. So women's senior lightweight singles on the once again, Vesper with 3 boats here. They swept the top 4 spots last year. I'm sure they'd love a repeat performance and just take the top 3 with their 3 boats this year. But Taylor from Lincoln Park is giving them a run for their money right now. A boat length better lead for Taylor over the competitors now. Look at this lead for Taylor from Lincoln Park Boat Club. dominating this women's senior lightweight single grand final. A final only, the first time these rowers have been rowing in this regatta, because there were 7 entries, so they put them all in all 7 lanes that we have here at Harsha Lake. A nice lead second there, the Vesper A boat of Hughes. Third is Hine from San Diego. And difficult to distinguish beyond that, though it looks like Pavanka from Vesper may be in 4th right there. But a dominating race for Taylor from Lincoln Park Boat Club, going for the gold here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Light blue boat flying towards the finish line. Vesper and Vesper B in lane silver. With Hughes A, it appears runs. Meantime, here comes Hine from San Diego for 4th place in the women's senior lightweight singles. Pavanka from Vesper there. Here's Odin from SoCal Scullers and Brown from B Skulls, crossing and wrapping up the women's senior lightweight. From the small boat, Steen 8. 2 Thompson Boat Club entries here. Their junior 8 took 2nd in last year's final. With Sarasota, who this year has dominated the semifinals. Lineup here is in lane Thompson Boat Lane 3A, lane 4, lane 5, CRI, and lane 6, Dallas United. Sarasota, as I said, dominated the semifinals. Their fast time was 6:49.005. Very fast showing. Harbor Community Rowing, that's the HCR boat I'm talking about. They're from Long Island. They finished behind Sarasota. The second finest semifinals time, that was 6:58. So Sarasota really poured it on in their semifinal with almost that 9-second advantage over the second place, or second fastest semifinal. And indeed, that is what they are doing, Sarasota. Pulling out, but still the pack relatively tight. In order at the 500-meter mark. Oh, very tight. Sarasota in first. But HCR right behind them. Thompson Boat Club in there too. Followed by the other Thompson Boat Club, the CRI, and the Dallas United boats. big boats flying down the course here in the men's under 17 8 grand final for the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. That fast Sarasota boat being challenged by a number of other competitors. Looking for that gold medal here in this grand final. Sarasota and Thompson Boat Club battling. The Harbor Community Rowing right in the mix right now. The other TBC racing boat, the B, back there, but it is the Sarasota crew continuing to lead by about 4 seats over the Thompson Boat Club entry, which has about 4 seats on the HCR entry. Then it's back to Dallas United in 4th, CRI in 5th, and the other Thompson Boat Club B entry in 6th. But out front, Sarasota, seeing that Thompson Boat Club's right there and knowing that they could make a move here very soon. A lot happens in the final couple hundred meters when they're racing these big boats. Right now, it's Sarasota crew continuing to pour it on. They had the fastest time in the semifinal. They really dominated that time by about 9 seconds, but they're not dominating here. They are in the lead, though, looking for the gold in the men's under 17 8 grand final. They are pulling hard, trying to fight off a challenge from the Thompson Boat Club boat. They see it happen. Their coxswain kicks up the rate in the Sarasota boat to try to fend off that TBC boat. And coming to the line, it is Sarasota for the gold in the men's under 17 8. TBC's A boat in second place. The Harbor Community Rowing taking home a bronze in the club national championships. Coming in 4th, here comes Dallas United. And Community Rowing making a big push here at the end, trying to catch up with the TBC Racing Boat B, but TBC holds off CRI at the end in the grand final. Always a colorful view when you get all those athletes on the course and fighting, and boy, the fur was flying in that grand final for the men's under 17 8s. Next up on the schedule in the finals Friday here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships are the women's under 17 quad grand final. In the lineup from Lane 1, Greater Dayton, Lane 2, Texas Rowing Center, Lane 3, Y Quad Cities, Lane 4, Essex, Lane 5, Maritime, Lane 6, City Island. You can tell from that lineup that it was the boat from Essex that had an advantage in the semifinals, or had a fast time. But Y Quad Cities, they're in lane 3 with Charis, who earlier rode in the single, stroking the Y Quad Cities A boat in the women's under 17 quads. They had the fastest heat, the fastest time, 7:57.2 in their heat. Essex, the defending champion, in lane 4. It was Texas Rowing Center who took second place in the 2014 final. We'll see how they do in this grand final for the women's under 17 quads. Through the 500-meter mark. Y Quad Cities and Essex going at it here early in the race. Essex and Y Quad Cities in the battle for the lead here in this grand final. Greater Dayton also in the mix. Texas Rowing Center appears to be slightly off pace as they pass through 1,000 meters. Crowds begin to gather on the beach to watch the boats come by, cheer on their crew. This year's 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships, hosted by Claremont Crew. Operating here at East Fork State Park, offering year-round training and a spring scholastic program with numerous high schools in the area. Welcoming over 100 clubs for this championship, more than 1,300 entries and 71 events. Boy, there have been some exciting racing going on this morning already, and of course this is just the first of the two finals days. The other will be Sunday morning. Y Quad Cities always strong when it comes to the sculling program, and they are in the lead right now. Greater Dayton put on a good show as well up near the front of the pack. Texas Rowing Center, though, has drifted back some. Essex doing well as well. Y Quad Cities continuing to lead. Essex giving them chase. With a fight shaping up for third here. But Y Quad Cities pulling away from the crowd here in the grand final at the Club Nationals. Y Quad Cities with a strong showing stroke by Sherris in the women's under 17 quad grand final, open water lead as they go for the gold. In the meantime, Essex maintaining that place for the silver, and the fight might be for bronze. Y Quad Cities looking fine, just a few meters from the end. Essex still in second. The fight for the third place, Shane Maritime and Greater Dayton. Essex trying to fight off. Maritime beginning to surge forward. Greater Dayton trying to stave them off, but it's Essex for the silver. Here comes the fight for the bronze, and hard to call. I'm not going to say whether it was Maritime or Greater Dayton, but they were bow ball to bow ball at the finish. And here rounding out this grand final is the Texas Rowing Center's entry in lane 2, coming in fifth place. And here comes City Island, stroking for 6th place in the national championship. Gives me great pleasure here at Harsha and East Fork State Park to welcome the director of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. Jim Zeringer is here. Jim, thank you for being here and paying a visit. What do you think about this rowing regatta?
Tell you, Mark, I'm really excited. This is my first event that I've been to, and I want to welcome all of the athletes from, I think, around 25 states. On behalf of Governor Kasich, I want to welcome them all to Ohio and Harsha Lake.
Well, a beautiful facility here. Thank you very much for allowing us to host this event here. It's always beautiful, and I tell you what, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources really does a lot of work to keep this state and all our recreational activities going.
Well, thank you, and we're really proud of East Fork State Park and being able to host this. And Ohio is only one of 7 states in the United States that allows free access to our state parks. So anybody can come down here when you guys aren't competing and practice their rowing for free.
Well, thank you for being here. Pleasure to meet you, and thanks for your support of rowing here in Ohio.
Thank you so much.
Jim Zeringer, the director of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, paying a visit here to the finish line at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Always happy, a beautiful facility here, and there are some beautiful state parks in Ohio that you will want to check out. And as Director Zeringer said, they are all free for the use and enjoyment of all. So welcome to all our visitors, and thank you for being here. Meanwhile, back to the competition with the men's intermediate lightweight single grand final with 2 Undine Barge Club and 2 New York AC entries. We have the lineup here in the intermediate lightweight singles for the men of Undine C in lane 1, Undine A in lane 2, Vesper in lane 3, New York AC's B boat in lane 4, New York AC's A boat in lane 5, and the SoCal Scullers in lane 6. And in the lead, in lane 5, it's the New York AC boat being stroked by Mickelson. A lot of great exciting races have happened already, and more on the way on this Finals Friday for the U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Last year, as I've mentioned more than once, it was Vesper that won the team trophy points and the team trophy. And in this race, Vesper comfortably beats the SoCal Scullers in the 2014 final. And here they are going at it again. SoCal Scullers in lane 6, Gokan, and Vesper in lane 3, Ogonic. The men's intermediate lightweight single grand final here at the 2015 Club National Championships at beautiful East Fork State Park. In the beautiful Harsha Lake. Or any of the other beautiful lakes contained in the state park system. One note of interest, while there are many ponds, and I'm talking about many ponds and many rivers here in the state of Ohio, there are no natural lakes. Every lake in the state of Ohio is a man-made lake. Mickelson in New York AC, fighting with his teammate McShar in lane 4, going head-to-head. Vespers, Agonic, and SoCal Scullers Gokan working on it. The Undine boats in lanes 1 and 2 trying to stick with the pack as well.
Just thought I'd update you.
Well, before you go and try to impress your friends, neighbors, and colleagues with that lake fact, I was informed by my state senator, Joe Euchre, that actually there are 6 natural lakes in Ohio, so I was wrong. And one of them's that little one called Lake Erie. But I don't know. You could argue that it's not in the state. It's just next to the state. But enough geology and geography lessons. Back to the competition here at the Club National Championships. The battle in the men's intermediate singles here. It gets awful lonely out there when you're racing on your own, knowing that it's all you. Mistakes that are made, challenges that are won, all on your shoulders when you're a single sculler. Agonic from Vesper. Good showing in lane 3. Trying to give some competition to Mickelson from New York in the New York AC boat in lane 5. They've been going head-to-head since the very beginning. But the field's nicely spread out. But it's Agonic from Vesper with a strong showing. Just about 100 meters from the end here in the grand final for the men's intermediate lightweight singles at the Club National Championships. Just a few meters to go for Agonic to win the gold. In the meantime, Mickelson from New York AC seeking to stick with the silver. But Agonic with a strong showing from Vesper taking the gold in the men's lightweight single. Here comes Mickelson from New York AC in second. A late surge from Gokan and SoCal Scullers, but it is the Konopka Undine boat in lane 3, or lane 2. Konopka from brief interruption. We had a power issue to take care of, but that has been taken care of, and we welcome you back to live coverage of the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships, live from Harsha Lake and East Fork State Park in Claremont County, Ohio. Glad to have you along. A 5-day regatta, over 100 clubs, 1,300 entries, 71 events, and we're doing the first half of the finals on this Friday. On the course right now, past the halfway mark and moving towards the finish line, the women's intermediate lightweight pair grand final. Lineup here is Greater Columbus in lane 1, Steel City in lane 2, Saugatuck in lane 3, Cambridge in lane 4, Resilient in lane 5, and Detroit in lane 6. A strong showing right now from Cambridge, that blue and white of Cambridge. Out in the front of the pack. Cambridge with a substantial lead over the rest of the pack as they cross the buoy, marking 1,500 meters, meaning 500 meters to go in this 2,000-meter race. Cambridge with a lead strongly and firmly in hand, stroking down the course. They have a bit of an open water lead over the second place boat from Saugatuck. But still, they begin their sprint towards the finish. Cambridge lead firmly in hand. Saugatuck in second, being pursued by... let me back this up. It is still Cambridge in first, Saugatuck in second. Steel City in third, and Greater Columbus in fourth right now. Beautiful view of the hard-working crew from Cambridge. In the meantime, there's Saugatuck in lane 3 and Steel City in lane 2. That's 1, 2, 3, Cambridge. But here, crossing the finish line and getting the gold in the intermediate lightweight pair women's grand final, it's Cambridge at the finish with the gold. Here comes Saugatuck capturing the silver. Followed by the bronze effort from Steel City here at the Club National Championships. Greater Columbus looking for the fourth place finish here. Resilient in their fluorescent crossing in fifth, and it will be Detroit crossing in sixth in the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. Saugatuck had posted the best heat times in the qualifications. Cambridge was second, but boy, Cambridge did a big job there in that final, walking away with the gold. Meanwhile, 2,000 meters back down to the start for the men's under-19 single grand final at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. The lineup here is Sarasota crew Mitchell in lane 1, McDonough from Norwalk River in lane 2, Doyle from Y-Quad Cities in lane 3, McKendall from Narragansett in lane 4, Kuenhoven in lane 5 from Vesper, and Malik in lane 6 from Saugatuck. Out of the breakage zone and on to the regular part of the course at the start, so an official race going on here. With Saugatuck, who finished third in last year's junior single final. I'll see if Saugatuck's rower this year. Malik can do that. He's in lane 6. Moving through the 500-meter mark. Kuvenhoven from Vesper out in front, closely followed by Mitchell from the Sarasota crew. Most of the boats still within a couple of boat lengths of each other, but a little separation happened. The Vesper boat out slightly. Wyquad City's in the mix there too. McKendall of Narragansett posted the semifinal time just over a second ahead of Doyle from Wyquad Cities. Here in the under-19 single grand final. These young athletes have been training for this point. The club nationals, almost the culmination of the racing here in the U.S. for the sprints, just before folks make that transition sometimes to begin their head racing, training for the head racing in the fall, the longer races. 2,000 meters in the sprints during the spring and summer goes to 5,000 meters in the head races in the fall. Of course, there is the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta happening in St. Catharines, Ontario, that many of these crews will advance through and to, and a lot of activity on the world and international scene when it comes to rowing. So a lot of sprints still left for some of the elite rowers, too. But right now, Kuvenhoven from Vesper still leading this men's under-19 single grand final. Doyle from Wyquad Cities putting in a good showing here. McKendall from Narragansett as well, fighting to stay within reach of the other boats. So you look across, also Malik from Saugatuck trying to hang with the leaders there. Sarasota and Norwalk River crew, too. The bells begin to ring on the beach, urging on the rowers on the water. The Sarasota crew cheering for their teammate Mitchell. Just 200 meters from the end here in the grand final for the men's under-19 singles at the U.S. Rowing Club National Championships for 2015 here at Harsha Lake in East Fork State Park, Claremont County, Ohio, and these rowers beginning to draw together. Kuvenhoven, seeing the challenge from Doyle from Y Quad Cities, begins to sprint early. He begins to pull away. It's Doyle trying to catch up with him. In the meantime, Mitchell from Sarasota sticking right with him, or trying to. But Kuvenhoven, who has been leading since about the 500-meter mark, still pouring it on at the finish line and getting the gold. A boat-length win over Doyle, who gets the silver. And Mitchell better be careful, because here's a roaring sprint from Kendall from Narragansett. A close call for third right there, followed by Malik from Saugatuck. And then McDonough from Norwalk River coming in sixth here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships.
You want me to get you something?
I have stuff up there. I'm fine. I need something sweet and liquid. Thank you, though. Waiting for the start of the women's under-19 pair grand final. We have a shot at the start, and I see the rowers looking over their shoulder. And I think there had been some debris that the refs were taking care of. And a big thank you to all the U.S. rowing refs here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. A very special thanks goes out to this hard-working referee corps. Chief referee for this national championship is Rich Dugard. Thank you very much, Rich, for your work. Thanks also to all the other refs involved on the water and on the land, keeping these rowers safe, keeping the competition fair. Harsha Lake, home of the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships from 95 to 2010, and the National Collegiate Rowing Championships before that, between 1983 and 1996. A lot of history happening on this lake when it comes to rowing. Of course, regular regattas here too. Outside of this national championship for the clubs, Harsha hosts the Cincinnati Regatta, the Cincinnati High School Invitational in April, the Midwest Junior Rowing Championships in May, Head of the Hidden Dragon, usually in October, November, the head race, as well as many other regattas here. I see the oars splashing, and they're off and racing for the women's under-19 pair grand final. Lineup here, lane 1, the Dublin Crew. In lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Cambridge. Lane 4, Saugatuck D. Lane 5, Saugatuck A. And lane 6, Penn AC. So Saugatuck with 3 boats. They're A, B, and D boats in this grand final. These pairs, as I said, very challenging boats to row. And sometimes you can see it if you're looking down course, and you can see how difficult it is to keep these boats going straight. These rowers making fine adjustments with every stroke to try to maintain that straight and fast line. And frequently there are clashing oars when it comes to racing pairs as folks drift from one side of a lane to another, as we're seeing happening right now between Cambridge and Saugatuck, drifting close together. And boy, a tight race here in the women's under-19 pair grand final. Cambridge in the lead right now. Saugatuck right there behind them. The Saugatuck D boat, Saugatuck A boat right behind them. Then Saugatuck B. So I know Cambridge is feeling awful lonely right there. Dublin Crew in 5th and Penn AC in 6th, just past the 500-meter mark. Cambridge has a good view of the Saugatuck boats and feels that threat happening, so they are being very careful as they maneuver down the course, 750 meters through this 2,000-meter race. For those of you viewing on the course, but Cambridge continuing to hold on to that lead with those pursuing boats from Saugatuck. This is the second straight year that there have been 3 Saugatuck entries in the final. In 2014 at last year's Club Nationals, the Saugatuck entries took 2nd, 4th, and 5th. Dublin was the one who posted the 3rd fastest time in 3 semifinals behind the Saugatuck A and D boats. The Dublin Crew rowing in lane 1 in this grand final. Cambridge beginning to feel the pressure from the Saugatuck boats. Saugatuck wanting to make sure that I'm sure they would love to sweep this event with their 3 entries and get the gold, silver, and bronze. Cambridge trying to spoil that hat trick. Cambridge in the lead for most of the race, but feeling the pressure now from the Saugatuck boats on either side. That's Saugatuck B in lane 2 and Saugatuck D in lane 4. Dublin and Penn AC just behind that lead pack, but Saugatuck D beginning to assert themselves, beginning to pull into the lead and pass the boat from Cambridge. It is Saugatuck Saugatuck D with a boat length lead. In the meantime, the Saugatuck A boat beginning to creep up and beginning to pull up on the Cambridge boat as well. Saugatuck D, though, is in the lead. Cambridge feeling that pressure here, begins to pour it on as well, and their bow again in touch with that Saugatuck D boat in the lead. Saugatuck A that began to make a move has begun to fall back again, and the Saugatuck B boat in fourth right now trying to catch up with those three leaders. But as they come to the line, Cambridge, having led most of the race, has fallen back to second, but here comes Saugatuck A chasing him down. Saugatuck D, though, in front, and it's Saugatuck D with a gold medal in the women's under-19 pair grand final. Cambridge with silver, the other Saugatuck A boat with the bronze. Saugatuck B in fourth place, and it's shaping up to be Dublin Crew in fifth and Penn AC in sixth, and that's grand final for the women's under-19 pairs. U.S. Rowing thanks the Scholastic Rowing Association of America for their sponsorship of the U.S. Rowing video broadcast. Their support making these beautiful pictures on your live web stream possible. Double into pairs, double in the oars. We got quads on the water now. The men's senior quad grand final. In this race, it's Penn AC in lane 2, Merrimack in lane 3, Potomac in lane 4, Saratoga in lane 5, New York AC in lane 6, and Vesper in lane 7. There's the Vesper boats with their distinctive V on the back. The men's senior quad grand final. Through 500 meters, Vesper in the lead, New York AC in second, Penn AC in third. A tight pack right behind them fighting for that fourth place position, all within a couple of boat lengths of each other. Saratoga trying to stick with the pack here, but most definitely Vesper with a nice lead here in the men's senior quad. They're through the halfway point in the race. Saratoga with a good showing so far. Waiting to see how Vesper and New York AC are doing as they come around the point. New York AC pursuing the Vesper boat. And a fight shaping up behind that, but Vesper looking strong. Again, Penn AC in lane 2, Merrimack in lane 3, Potomac in lane 4, Saratoga in lane 5, New York AC in lane 6, and Vesper in lane 7. Vesper and New York AC slightly ahead, with all the other boats pursuing. New York AC beginning to assert themselves and move forward. Vesper trying to fight off their advances. Penn AC holding on to third, fighting with Merrimack. Potomac and Saratoga trailing. Vesper with a very strong showing almost from the very beginning, and again defending national champions in the team trophy. 2 years running, looking for number 3, and these points help a lot. Look at Vesper kick up the rate right at the finish. A big sprint coming on. Vesper pulling away from New York AC. New York AC hearing that stroke rate go up. They try to respond as well. It's Vesper fighting New York AC towards the finish. Vesper beginning to turn away. Vesper pulling away at the finish for the gold medal in the men's senior quad grand final. New York AC coming home with the silver. And now here's the challenge for the bronze. It's Penn AC have been holding on to third, but coming in tight Saratoga there. We'll have to see how that worked out. Merrimack coming in fifth, and Potomac in sixth here in the men's senior quads. Wow. What a pull at the end. Amazing to see how much those boats can move with a little bit of human power behind them. Next event on the schedule, the women's senior fours grand final. This was a final only, 7 boats in the race. Stretching across are TBC Racing A, Penn AC A, New York AC, Seattle area. They're the ones in the fluorescent unis you'll see on the screen right there. Badger Development, the one with the red oars that you're seeing in lane 5. City Island in lane 6. And another Vesper boat in this final 2 in lane 7. Vesper easily won last year's final over New York AC and Penn AC, so those are perennial competitors in this event. And all 3 of those crews in this year's grand final, Penn, New York, and Vesper. Hard-working crews in the women's senior 4 grand final through 750 meters, heading for the halfway point. Seattle area in their bright unis out front. 7 boats. First time they're racing in this regatta. This was a final only, so they did not have semis. Vesper camp boat, the development camp boat. And last year was a fight between Penn AC, New York AC, and Vesper, and it was Vesper who came out on top, and I'm sure both New York and Penn would like to, I guess you could say, resolve that and win themselves. So we'll see what happens as they come down. Seattle, though, looks like it might be a spoiler. $750 meters to go to the finish. Seattle Area A watching the movements of both the Penn AC boat and the Badger Development boat. Smooth and steady strokes when it comes to these fours. The Seattle area boat with a much higher stroke rate than the other boats in this race right now. Might be why they are challenging for the lead. .500 meters of strategy beginning to kick in. We'll see who has something to challenge the leaders. Badger Development Camp, Seattle area, Vesper, Penn AC, all in the mix, TBC Racing, City Island, all in here. Looking for their chance for a medal here in the Women's Senior 4 Grand Final at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championship. Seattle area with almost a boat-length lead over the development boat, the Badger Development boat. Vesper in third right now. Penn AC, TBC, it looks like in fourth. But Seattle really started to pour it on about the 1,000-meter mark and continues to pour it on as they head towards the finish. Vesper now picking up their stroke rate, doing their sprint, trying to catch up. They make up a little ground on the Badger Development Camp boat, but it also begins their sprint. They're trying to catch up with Seattle, but it's Seattle still maintaining their one boat length lead, heading towards the finish line. 6 strokes to go towards a gold medal here at the Club National Championships for this Women's Senior 4 from the Seattle area, and they cross the line for gold. Here comes the Badger Development Camp for silver, and Vesper trying to catch up. Makes it just barely and makes the bronze and stays in touch. In the meantime, a big push from City Island to try to catch up with the Penn AC boat. They come in fourth. The Penn AC boat does, that is. If I can see the numbers over there. No, that was actually, the Thompson boat actually came in fourth. Penn AC in fifth. And here comes the New York AC boat coming in sixth in the Women's Senior 4 Grand Final. Meanwhile, the Men's Senior 4 Grand Final just getting off at the start. 250 meters in. Lining up here in the Men's Senior 4 Grand Final is TBC Racing in lane 1. Mendota C in lane 2, Mendota A in lane 3, New York in lane 4, Vesper in lane 5, and Mendota B in lane 6. Yes, I did say Mendota 3 times. Their A, B, and C boat in the Men's Senior 4 Grand Final here at the 2015 Club Nationals. The red oars and the white jerseys with the red slashes on their back of Mendota readily apparent here. And it is Mendota A in the lead at 500 meters. Mendota C in second. Big move right there from the New York AC to kind of pull in there too. TBC Racing trying to catch up and maintaining contact. But Mendota A out in front and watching the competition closely, especially their teammates. The Mendota C boat right beside them in lane 2, and the Mendota B boat out in lane 6. New York AC with a fast time in lane 4 won their heat over Mendota C by 12 seconds. We'll see if they have something like that from the Mendota A and B boats in this grand final. County, Ohio, right outside of Cincinnati. The 2015 Major League Baseball All-Star Game took place the night before this competition began. An All-Star Game on Tuesday night, and these national championships in rowing began on Wednesday morning. Mendota A continuing to try to dominate this race. They're being pursued here by the New York AC boat, as well as their teammates in Mendota C and Mendota B. Vesper trying to be part of the mix and add to their team trophy points. Not to be left out, TBC Racing in lane 1 as well. But Mendota A has been trying to stay in the lead from the very start of the race. A lot easier to keep up with the competition in rowing when you're out ahead. As the drone goes out to check on the race, thanks to the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, sponsor of U.S. Rowing Video Broadcasting, making these beautiful views of the competition on Harsha Lake possible on this Finals Friday at the 2015 Club Nationals. Mendota A, 2 boat lengths of open water ahead of the second place boat from New York Athletic Club. They are now being challenged for that second place by the Mendota B boat in lane 6. Meanwhile, the Mendota C boat in lane 2 is in 4th. Vesper in 5th, fighting with TBC Racing as well. Can Mendota sweep? I think New York AC might be the spoiler here in this race, but Mendota A looking strong in lane 3. A dozen strokes from the finish in the gold at the Club National Championships in the men's senior 4s. Mendota A looking for it. New York AC in the meantime being challenged by Mendota B right at the finish. Mendota B looking to take the silver too. New York AC trying to fend off. Oh, but it is too close for me to call between Mendota B and the New York AC boat as to who got the silver there. But one will get the silver and one the bronze. Then in fourth, it's Vesper. 5th is the Mendota C boat, and 6th is the Thompson Boat Club racing boat in lane 1. The men's senior 4 grand final. 3 Mendota entries, 2 medals for the 3. A beautiful shot of the finish line and the beach, the verdant green, so rare to see. Such green grass in July here in the Cincinnati area, but with a lot of rain lately, it's been making the lawns quite green. Beautiful shot of the facility here on the beach. All the competitors, the boats around. If you notice there, if you're looking at the picture, the overhead picture on the live stream, you see there's a lot of lawn down near the water around that curved sidewalk. Well, all that used to be underwater. As a matter of fact, that finish line tent, the water went all the way up to the back of that finish line tent just a couple of days ago. But the Army Corps of Engineers has been letting as much water as possible flow out of Harsha Lake, thus lowering the level and growing our beach. Still not down to the sand. Very nice sand beach, and usually spectators can be just within meters of the competitors here. At the start, it's the men's under 19 pairs grand final. The judge lining them up. Looking at the center of the course there, lanes 2, 3, and 4, as you can see from the numbers on the starting dock. Referee's flag falls, and the race is underway. The men's under 19 grand final for the pairs. Cambridge in lane 1. Saugatuck in lane 2. Excuse me, I better clarify here. Saugatuck A in lane 2. Saugatuck B in lane 3. Norwalk River, the fast qualifier, in lane 4. Sarasota Crew, almost as fast in lane 5. And Texas Rowing Center in lane 6. And very interesting all the way here in Ohio, the fact that we have a couple of neighbors who are competing. The two fastest times, and quite a rivalry, or not the two fastest times, but two of the fastest times belonged to Sarasota and Norwalk River. And there's a bit of a neighbor rivalry here, Connecticut neighbor rivalry, because Norwalk River and Saugatuck are just 4 miles from each other. And here they are, just a lane or two away from each other in Ohio, racing for a championship at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championship Regatta. Again, Sarasota Crew had the fastest semifinal time, 7:30.711. Norwalk River, the second fastest, 7:32.310. A fast start for the Sarasota Crew here in lane 5. They're in the lead right now, being followed by Texas Rowing Center and Norwalk River at the 500-meter mark. Very strong and fast start for that Sarasota boat. Strong starts like that can sometimes be detrimental towards the end of the race. Race becoming into view from around the point here at Harsha Lake. You can usually see almost half the race in 4 of the lanes, but 5, 6, and 7 are partially concealed by a small peninsula that sticks out. So not a straight shot to the finish. Sarasota crew in lane 5 continuing to be slightly ahead of the rest of the pack as they go for the gold in the grand final for the men's under 19 pairs. Texas in lane 6 putting on a strong show as well. But they, as I have mentioned with maneuvering these pairs, it's all about the pressure that the rowers pull on the oars, and Texas just had to make a slight course adjustment because they had rowed into the Sarasota lane. They'd rowed from lane 6 into lane 5 and had to correct again. Well, every time you have to make a little bit of a turn like that, kind of bites into that straight line between the start and finish for that fast row. Sarasota still in a fast row. Their stroke glancing right to left to check out the competition, but they continue to lead.
While racing is underway. Thank you.
Sarasota, a 1 boat length lead over the Saugatuck A boat in lane 2, and they only have about a half a boat length lead over the Norwalk River entry in lane 4. But Sarasota still looking strong with 500 meters to go, make that about 300 meters to go. Saugatuck A looking strong too. Texas holding on in 4th at the moment. But Sarasota looking strong from the beginning, and they continue to look strong here at the end. If they can maintain, they'll look very nice. Norwalk River beginning to walk up and gain ground there on the Saugatuck A boat. Texas trying to stick right with them. Meantime, Cambridge has fallen back, as has the Saugatuck B boat. But boy, Sarasota is showing them how it's done. Is teaching a lesson right now. Norwalk River beginning their sprint. Norwalk River is pulled by the Saugatuck A boat. They're trying to catch up with the Sarasota boat. Sarasota seeing that challenge, beginning to pull away again, but it is Norwalk River who's pulled into 2nd place. They have 100 meters to the finish. Sarasota continuing to lead. It's Norwalk River making a charge. Saugatuck A trying to stick with them. Texas not being left out either. It's Sarasota in the lead, but a challenge coming from Norwalk River. What will happen at the finish line? Here they come. Sarasota being challenged on both sides. It's Norwalk River glancing to see what's happening. Here comes Sarasota just ahead. Oh, tight between Saugatuck and Norwalk River. We'll have to see how that works out for 2nd. Texas, though, with a bit of an issue at the end, falling back slightly. They have 4th, though. Here comes the Saugatuck B boat for 5th place, and it's Cambridge in 6th in the men's under 19 pairs, the grand final here at the Club National Championships. Whew, exciting racing here at the Club National Championships at Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park. What a final Friday. Another round of great racing coming up in the Sunday finals. A reminder that they too will be streamed live on U.S. Rowing's YouTube channel. If you're watching live streaming right now, you'll find it here again, 8 o'clock on Sunday morning Eastern Time, as the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships continue. Because of the size of this championship regatta, they break it into 2 sections. There are 71 events. They run races 1 through 37 in time trials, heats, and semifinals and finals, and then start over again with time trials for races 38 through 71. Those time trials starting later this afternoon. There'll be time trials and heats, followed by the semifinals Saturday and the finals on Sunday morning for these Club Nationals for the rest of the races. On the water and progressing through the 500-meter mark is the women's under-19 single final. The grand final here at the 500-meter mark, a battle between Kennedy from Narragansett and Salmons from Vesper in the making. Advantage to Vesper at the moment. It's also Southeast Juniors in there, as well as the Pittsford Crew and the Charles River Scullers, Long Island RC. I'll run them down here in order. To Charles River in 5th place right now, and Long Island in 6th. But out front, Vesper and Narragansett are battling the women's under-19 single grand final. In order, it's Lane 1, Pittsford Crew, Farrar. Lane 2, Southeast Junior, Rogers. In Lane 3, Charles River Scullers, Goodwin. In Lane 4, Vesper, Salmons. In Lane 5, Kennedy, Narragansett. And in Lane 6, Prince from Long Island. Single grand final. A battle out front between Vesper and Narragansett, shaping up at the 500-meter mark, much the same right now. Pittsford and the Southeast Juniors hanging in there. Long Island as well. Charles River Scullers. Yes, try to say that 5 times fast. Lots of R's in Charles River Scullers. I'm not going to try it now. I might embarrass myself trying to say it 5 times fast, and who knows what I might say. As I mentioned before on this broadcast, these single scullers have quite the challenge. It's all yours, all in your head, all in your body, and trying to make this happen. Salmons from Vesper and Kennedy from Narragansett continue to battle in lanes 4 and 5. Meanwhile, they're being pursued by Rogers from Southeast Juniors and Prince from Long Island. Farrar from the Pittsford Crew and Goodwin from Charles River Scullers in the mix. Rowing a single can be very educational. Rowing is all about the balance, not only the balance in the boat. Those oars are keeping you afloat, but you can't have one oar deeper than the other or the boat will tilt that way. So when you're rowing as a crew, those flaws in your rowing technique aren't always apparent. You get in a single, and you find out fast it wasn't your buddy in the boat who was making you tilt to the right with every stroke. It was you. So you learn to make those adjustments, and I tell you, rowing that single scull does improve your rowing considerably. Kennedy from Narragansett out in the lead over Vesper's Salmons as they approach the finish line. Kennedy had the fastest semifinal time, had the fastest by 8 seconds by Salmons of Vesper. Kennedy's time was 8:41. Salmons of Vespers was 8:49. And Ms. Farrar of Pittsford Crew posted a semifinal time of 8:50. So all these rowers very nicely matched here. A great shot from our drone with what kind of lead Kennedy from Narragansett has. About 2 boat lengths of open water. In the meantime, Farrar from Pittsford Crew has moved into second, challenging both Rogers from Southeast Juniors and Salmons from Vespers. The battle will be for silver, I feel, as they approach 250 meters to the finish. Narragansett keeping it slow and steady, beginning her sprint inside that 250-meter mark. A nice, comfortable lead, but she's got to be careful. In the meantime, both the Salmons from Vesper, Rogers from Southeast Juniors, and Farrar from Pittsburgh hoping for that second place silver medal if they can't catch up with Kennedy from Narragansett. Heading towards the finish, Kennedy from Narragansett in first place. A fight for second between Vesper, Southeast Juniors, and Pittsford. Meanwhile, in fifth place, it's Goodwin from the Charles River Scullers, and sixth belongs to Prince from Long Island. But at the finish line, here we go with Kennedy from Narragansett grabbing the gold. The fight for second coming to the line. Oh, it's Salmons from Vespers pulling hard and maybe overtaking Farrar. Farrar from Pittsford may have got it. We'll have to wait and see. And then here we have in fourth place, Rogers from the Southeast Junior with her hand in the air, meaning she has something to talk to the referees about. Here's the Charles River Scullers Goodwin trying to make it to the line in what might be fifth. And then it's Prince from Long Island in sixth here at the Club National Championships in the Women's Under-19 Single Grand Final. So Rogers from Southeast Juniors, knowing the proper procedure for ask the referee, will either make a decision or consult with the chief. We'll see where it goes from there. But there was a grand final there in the women's under-19 singles. Two races left in this finals Friday for the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championship. First quads, lightweight quads for the men, and then the men's intermediate lightweight eights will be racing. The quads at the line, still aligning at the start. And they're underway in the next to last grand final of the day in the men's senior lightweight quads. In lane 2 is Vesper, A. Lane 3, SoCal Scullers, A. Lane 4, Undine, A. Lane 5, New York Athletic Club, A. Lane 6, Maritime, A. And lane 7 is a CRI A composite. And a reminder that you can again watch the rest of the grand finals for the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships online at the YouTube U.S. Rowing channel. And remember, you will be able to download video clips of all the finals. They'll be available to download following the racing sometime next week for a small fee on the U.S. Rowing website. So here in the senior lightweight quad grand finals, it's Undine A and New York battling it out with SoCal Scullers right in the mix at the 500-meter mark. Maritime as well. They're all still very close together. The CRI composite in there and Vesper as well. Again, for the senior lightweight quads, it's Vesper lane 2, Scholars lane 3, Undine. The boat's still looking even through the halfway point. A little bit of an advantage with New York and New York along with Undine A. SoCal Scullers sticking right with them too. Undine A looking very strong in this men's senior lightweight quad grand final here at the Club National Championships. Being pursued by New York AC. Undine, New York AC, and SoCal Scullers returning from last year's finals. It was Undine who beat the New York AC boat by 5 seconds in 2014. I'm sure they would greatly enjoy another performance like that. There's the Undine boat and the white tank tops there in lane 4. Right beside them, the SoCal Scullers, who have just a bit of an advantage. But look at these boats, 1, 2, 3, 4, right across the course there. Looks like Vesper beginning to lean into their oars, pouring the boat through the water. Vesper, SoCal Scullers, Undine, New York AC, all out ahead of the pack. It's Maritime trailing. But Vesper's with the lead in the men's senior lightweight quad grand final for the Club National Championship. Vesper's in front with some open water over SoCal. SoCal on top of Undine by half a boat length. And a boat length back from them to New York AC. And it is gold for Vesper at the men's senior lightweight quad. Second to the SoCal Scullers, Undine. In third for bronze, fourth belonging to New York AC. Evidently a scratch, so I'm trying to... Looks like Maritime still in it. The CRI composite must have had to back out. Indeed, Maritime coming to the finish line here in the men's senior lightweight quad grand final at the Club Nationals. Thanks again to the Scholastic Rowing Association of America for their sponsorship of U.S. Rowing's YouTube channel and video broadcasting. We We appreciate the support of the SRAE. Maritime crossing in 5th in that senior lightweight quad. You're watching live streaming coverage of the U.S. Rowing Club National Championships for 2015 from Harsha Lake at East Fort State Park in Claremont County, Ohio. It's the men's intermediate lightweight eights grand final, a final only. These 4 boats racing for the first time in this regatta. It's Detroit in lane 3, New York AC in lane 4, Vesper in lane 5, Seattle area in lane 6. All very even out of the gate and through the breakage area, heading towards 250 meters in. Still all very evenly matched across the course between Detroit, New York, Vesper, and Seattle. Again, a reminder, you can watch the live broadcast of the Sunday finals at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships on Sunday morning, begin at 8 a.m. right here on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. 500 meters into the men's intermediate lightweight 8 grand final, the final only, and it's Detroit in the lead at 500 meters, trailed closely by Seattle. With Vesper's bow ball in there as well. And the New York AC, actually New York AC, then Vesper, then Seattle is the lineup as they pass 500 meters. Detroit out to a strong and early lead. You're watching the live streaming, and you see the close-up there of the Detroit boat and the power of that boat surging through the water. Nice coordination. You see the smooth, level blades on the feather and the catch. Find seems to be a little higher than the other if you're watching the live stream, but to each boat his own. But they're in the lead. Detroit in the men's intermediate. The frame in the fluorescent yellow green of Seattle to show on our screens. And there they are. So it looks like Detroit, New York, Vesper, Seattle in that order, approaching and through the 1,000-meter mark. Detroit continuing to lead in the men's intermediate lightweight eights grand final here at the Club Nationals. Vesper and New York AC right behind them with advantage to New York AC right now. They're in second with almost a boat length lead. Seattle trailing by about a boat length of open water from the third place boat from Vesper, but out front by 2 boat lengths. It's Detroit as they approach the beach here at Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park. Detroit in the lead. New York in second, but Vesper beginning to make their move. Vesper beginning to walk up on New York AC. Vesper walking up seat by seat as they approach the finish line. Detroit, though, continuing to lead. Seattle has fell out of touch with the front three. And as Vesper makes that move, New York begins to pour it on as well, and they have gained those seats back and are now a boat length back. But Detroit looking strong and remaining strong, going for the gold here at the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. The men's intermediate lightweight 8 grand final, Detroit grabbed an early lead, maintained that lead all the way down the course, and here they are at the finish line, getting the gold at the Club National Championships. New York, Vesper with bronze. And coming in fourth in the men's intermediate lightweight 8 grand final, here comes Seattle. Again, video clips of all finals available to download following racing for a small fee on the U.S. Rowing website. Thanks again to the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, the SRAA, U.S. Rowing's official video broadcast sponsor. We appreciate your viewing. We will see you again on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel Sunday morning at 8 o'clock for the 2015 Club National Championships and the grand finals for events 38 through 71. A lot more exciting racing still to come. Live from Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park in Claremont County, Ohio.